Hello, everybody. Hello. Man, you've no idea how happy I am here. So, hey, looking over here at chat, I see Elena, who says tomorrow's my birthday. Awesome. Wow. Tomorrow is my sister's birthday. That's cool. Your birthday's on the same day as hers. How awesome. Thank you for being here. So, everybody, how is the weather where you are? I don't know why I bring that up, honestly, because of how the weather has not been good where I am. So I was checking something. Yeah. Anyways, lately here it's been a bit humid. It's really weird how the weather has been staying in the 60s, so not gotten into the 70s, Fahrenheit, and yet it's been humid and it's mainly been just a mix of sun and clouds, and it's made it a little hard for me to sleep at night because of how even though the temperature isn't that hot, it's just led to really humid weather, and so I just keep feeling hot in bed, and so it's been really difficult. So yeah. So I will be honest right out that the past few weeks have been really difficult, because I've gotten sick so many times, and I'd be sick with a cold, and then just when I thought I was better, I'd get sick again, and different kinds of sickness too. Yesterday I was just really sick in my digestive system, and it was really difficult. Yesterday I was just so out of it. But today I'm feeling good, feeling a lot better. And you have no idea how happy I'm to stream here right now. Because the other thing too is that my schedule's just been so messed up too, and so streaming here makes it easy for me to just talk and to just focus on things. And it's with that too that I just really appreciate everyone who comes here. I mean, it doesn't matter to me how many people are here, whether it's one or two people. It's just I'm just happy to to be able to chat and to do things, be productive, and I guess just really eases off my tension. I mean, even right now, I'm just already feeling my blood pressure go down. I just feel so much better just once we get the stage going, and I hope the stream is good enough for all of you. So please, everybody, feel free first to tell us, how is the weather where you are? What's the temperature been like, whether it's Celsius or Fahrenheit, and so yeah, I hope that this day will be good for each of you. So getting down to our agenda, so where did I put my robot? Oh, it's way over there. Yeah, one of my current reads is I, Robot, Isaac Asimov classic, and I read the first story in it because it's basically a bunch of short stories together that make one story. And yeah, and it's a classic, and I really loved that story. I've been um sorry, I just have to check something else here too. Just want to make sure all is going well. Okay, good. It is. Alrighty, yeah, so feel free to tell us in chat. How have you been doing? What you been up to? What are your plans for this stream? And yeah, and also iRobot is not my only current read either. I'm also see right now I'm researching medieval history, both European and also Middle Eastern, and so this is okay, I'm getting sick of the notifications. Alright, so anyways, this is just a history book, book about the medieval Islamic world. So I'm researching it for one of my novels. And yeah, I have a lot of reading progress I need to make, and a lot of writing too. Um, since today is Writers Wednesday, like I could um I'd like to really just kind of focus on my main project, but the thing is that it's so sunny outside that I want to just go sit around, hang out outside while I'm reading. I might even take advantage of it as a chance to like play my harp outside. So I've been like wanting to do that, um, play the harp outside. Well, first I'll practice a bit inside. So first I'm going to play Johnny Has Gone for a Soldier. Feel free to tell chat how the weather's been where you are. Oh, and I just remembered too, so my fate is in all of your hands, so I think many of you saw how um, I'm planning on changing my brand name, kind of partly because of how before I just saw this all just as kind of something fun for me to do, but lately I've been thinking with the focus that I've had with, promoting, focusing, talking all about, literature for, books for young people. I figured I'd rebrand myself to a name that's going to be a bit more appropriate for that, so which is why I have the poll up for the new name. So if you haven't already, please vote in my poll to change my name. Here, I should specify my channel name. My, there, yeah, so if you've not yet voted, I appreciate a few votes. So I put in at the three names I'm considering, either um how do I did that? Um, Restream just did something weird, but oh well. Anyway, so it will either be the Story Raven or the Viking Raven or Raven Reads, Writes, and Harps, or just stick with Eccentric. And so far, the majority says the Story Raven, so that actually makes me all the more glad that I asked all of you. Because before, like, I was leaning more on the Viking Raven, but seeing all the votes has made me think, actually, the Story Raven, I think that's the best I could go for. So, anyways, I appreciate each of you voting. Um, all right, Johnny has gone for a soldier. That one. Oops. Go one more time. Oops. It's one of my favorites. Alright, I think I'll do one more and then I will get the first sprint up. How do people feel about sprint lengths? Do y'all prefer 1 hour or an hour and a half? I could do either. I could do either 60 minutes or 90 minutes. Feel free to share what kind of sprint length you'd prefer. I'm going to do this French song called Au clair de la lune. Do I remember how to play this? I think I do. Alright, I'll do that one more time. Alrighty. I got better at that one after being all rusty. Yeah, maybe during the next break between sprints, I might just play a bunch of glissandos. And that would be entertainment enough, you know. How about I just play 5 minutes of glissando straight? Alrighty. Alrighty, let me go look for a beautiful timer that we can use. I can check and see if there were any that caught my eye that I haven't used yet. See if I'd like to add any cool new timers that I find to my private playlist. And so I'm going to take a look here and see what I could do. I'm just going down. Boy, there's sure some really pretty ones. Oh yeah, there's this really incredible space-looking one. I think I'll do this pretty 1 hour timer by the channel Minimal Focus Timers because it looks the most summer-like. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Cool. Alright, so I'm going to get a 1 hour timer up, and so yeah, please chat. Feel free to share with us what you will be doing during the next hour. I'm going to get the sprinting banners up and current read there, and get the timer up. Boy, ain't that a beauty. Alrighty, everybody, so I hope you all have a good, happy time, or I guess whatever mood you want it to be during the sprint. Alright, and so with that, we are ready to go. On your mark, get set, go. Take luck. They didn't have an alarm. Shame on them. All right. Yeah, my phone is so busy. Anyways, all right, that's the end of that sprint. So feel free to tell us what you did during the sprint, how you did. Were you able to accomplish any goals? Would you say the sprint went well for you? I sure hope it did. I got my makeup on because I'm going to film a few videos. I'm going to film 3 videos. Yes, 3 videos. So, um, I was not able to get any reading done, but I was able to get some chores done. I emptied the dishwasher, and I also painted my nails too. Yeah. So, since my nails are all wet, it would actually not be best if I played the harp right now. But unless I do just some glissandos, like if I do like just glissandos for 2 minutes straight. And if you haven't already, please vote in the poll that I linked. I have gotten 7 responses so far. Most people are saying that I should change my channel to the Story Raven, which I like. But I would definitely like to hear all of you. That would be wonderful. So, during the next sprint, I've already seen the timer I want to use for the next sprint. It's by a channel called Flower Aura Timer. I don't know if I've seen theirs yet. Cool. Flower Aura Timer. So many channels making timers. Pretty nice. Especially nice too if they do it without AI, just real art. Alright, so please feel free to tell chat what you think of some of my most recent videos. It was a pretty big moment for me on Monday when I got up a video that I'd long been wanting to make, because I'd long been wanting to share the most recent releases, or that is, upcoming releases of middle grade and young adult books. Because as far as I've seen, I've not seen any channels cover that before. It's just always the latest of adult releases, sometimes middle grade. And so I am going to soon film a video that's going to cover even more titles. Because I found even more books out there to go over. Even more upcoming books that caught my attention. So there'll be a lot of stuff coming out next Tuesday, August 4th. And there's going to be a lot of titles also coming out the Tuesday after that, on August 11th. And so, yeah. Wait, so I haven't changed the banner yet. So feel free to tell us how's the weather where you are. And in the meantime, I'm just going to play some glissandos. I'm straining the strings so much it won't be long before I need to tune them. Alright, well, I'm ready to get our next sprint going. Use another beautiful timer, and it will be another 1 hour long sprint. And so I'm going to mostly be filming, so um, alright, I've now got a new banner up. Okay, I'm going to link my most recent video here. I was kind of absent-minded. I kept copying the link and not actually doing anything with it. Yes, and posting my latest long form video. Quote unquote long video. I need to do a short as well. Now's the perfect time for me to film that finger short. I'm gonna do that. I wanted to wait to do that sometime when I have my makeup on. Okay, so I'm gonna do that too. I'll make sure I get a new short up as well. I hope it's good. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I hate it when I'm disappointed, so I hope I don't disappoint any of you. In fact, I'll share a disappointment. Stargirl by Jerry Spinelli. I thought this was going to be a good book, and at first, during the first 20 pages, I liked it. At first, thought it was great. But as I kept reading it, it really disappointed me. I didn't feel like I was reading a novel. I felt like I was reading an essay. All narrative, telling us what's happening instead of having some actual scenes. So, yeah, disappointment. And I wouldn't have thought that such a big author like Jerry Spinelli would disappoint me. I do own 2 of his other books, so I'm hoping that they will not disappoint. In fact, that's actually a nice question for chat there. So tell chat, when was the last time you were really disappointed by a book? So I think this time, instead of naming what I'm reading, I'm going to, yeah, oh god, there it is. Let's see. Yep, I think that's good. Alright, it's time to get sprinting. Alright, so I shall get that up. It's right exactly 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. And here, I'm going to get that timer up. Oh, it looks really pretty. Cool, it looks really pretty. And make sure it's their quality. Okay, good. HD. Oh, that looks cool. Alrighty, now to get the timer up, and feel free to tell chat what you will be doing. I might need to take that question down though if it covers the beauty of the timer. That looks like it works. Alright, chat, so with that, we are now going to get spreadsheet. I'll see you all in 1 hour. Take a look. Cool, what an awesome timer. Alrighty, that's the end of that sprint. So, how did you all do during that sprint? I was naughty, and instead of filming some videos, I spent all that time just filming one short. But it was a fun short to make, though. Yeah, let's look over here at chat. And oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder, if you post something that is self-promo or soliciting or sales offers, I will first give you a warning, and if you don't heed the warning, then I'll ban you. And also word of advice, scammers, you'll probably be more successful if you actually read the messages of the victims you're trying to target. Oh boy, not like they know it's just the bot because scammers are so lazy. I was looking over here at chat. I see, hello there, Captain Kraken OG. Cool. Ahoy there, fellow road warrior. How goes the words? Well, today the only thing that I've done so far with my writing set with the draft 3 that I'm working on, I just revised like just 2 sentences so far. So that was it. So, but sometimes it's how it is for me. Yeah. So you're writing anything right now? Do you? If you'd like to, feel free to share with us any project you're working on. Oh, sprint in progress. My bad. That's totally fine. You can chat all you want, and I always check out chat once the sprint is done. That scared the crap out of me. Yeah. That was a pretty alarm at the end, though. I liked how it was a nice little kind of chime beeping. Um, yeah, not as much of a surprise as some others. So thought my phone was about to explode. Understandable. Yeah, the laughing little on Twitch. Yep, sometimes these timers do have some pretty loud alarms. Gotta hate bots. Yeah. Aye. And I feel sorry for any author who falls for those scams. Hi there, Keisha says, hey yo. Made dinner, pasta and cleaned up and voted on your poll. Ah, thank you so much. Yeah, because sometime in the near future, most likely my name, Eccentric Raven, will be changed to something because of how I just, with the way that I've just revamped my channel. I think it's just, time that I had a new name, kind of friendlier for my middle grade and young adult themes. Okay, progress is progress. That's still step towards the end. Yeah, it sure is. It's way better to write a little bit each day than to write nothing each day. I'm a first timer. I'm working on my first ever book, technically second, but I will never speak of the first. Understandable. It's a private high fantasy with magic and steampunk. I'm just taking down world building notes. Oh, wonderful. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty new to steampunk. But yeah, it is a pretty cool genre, and one of my works in progress is a steampunk middle grade. So yeah, it sounds pretty good. Yeah, and I understand our first drafts, are not good, but we always have the chance to revise later. My first novel that I wrote way back in 2008, that draft 1 was not good at all. In a way, that was actually kind of more of my second long work because, like, because back in 2007, I'd written a screenplay before I'd ever finished a novel. But that was like a total dumpster fire, too. Yeah. Then there's my second novel that, was also not that good. My third novel was the idea I was passionate about, but it was like really difficult though, and it was like just so, um, yeah, it was a mess. Yeah. But then my fourth novel though was a lot better, and that's what I've been revising right now, working on draft 3 of my fourth novel. Yeah. So have you ever read much fantasy or steampunk? And if so, are there any favorite authors or favorite books that you can mention if you'd like to? With what I've read so far for steampunk, like I have read that let's see what I'm thinking of. So like one that I read this year is the graphic novel City of Secrets by Victoria Ying. That was a pretty fun book. I'm trying to like um yeah, sorry, I'm trying to remember something. Thought to myself, didn't I read another steampunk last year in 2025? What was it? I'd have to look at my list. I've not yet read steampunk or even know if any, but I've read fantasy galore. But one tip that I will always give is that, like, when you are writing in a genre, get right down to reading it. That's why I'm trying to read up as much steampunk as I can, because I do have a great steampunk idea that I've like done some like kind of brainstorming for, but I haven't gotten that far, partly because I want to read up a bit more on the genre. Okay, now I remember what I read last year. The steampunk I read last year was The Invention of Hugo Cabret. Yeah, that. And King of Scars, Scythe, Six of Crows, Seven Faceless Saints. Cool. Yeah, I do have both Scythe and Six of Crows are on my TBR, my to be read list. Some of my more personal faves. Cool. Yeah, I have a lot of science fiction and fantasy favorites. So yeah, just going over like a few steampunk on my TBR. So I have this book here, Leviathan by Scott Westerfeld, that I want to read. So this is like an alternative history for World War One, where like if they're using like some steam powered machines and also some bioengineered like animals too. And so I think this looks pretty cool. I Scott Westerfeld, wrote Uglies, and I love that series so much. I really love the Uglies, the dystopian kind of cyberpunk like story. I also have another steampunk here too. Yes, this is one that I have here by a little known author, so I guess you could say this is a hidden gem. So this is called Songs for a Machine Age by Heather McDougall. So yeah, this is a steampunk romance that I hope to read soon. So I also have way over on my bookshelf, I also have this book by Brandon Sanderson, The Rhythmatist, that's considered a steampunk. So yeah, so those are some examples of what I've been reading up on to familiarize myself a bit more with steampunk. Because again, that's one of my rules is that like when you're going to be writing a genre, you got to read up on it um, for lots of reasons. Um, yeah, and yeah, thank you for the recommends too. Um, yeah, some of my favorite books. See, for my main work in progress, I'm working on a young adult dystopia biopunk, and some of my inspiration for that includes, as I mentioned, Uglies by Scott Westerfeld. It's a big favorite of mine, and I love The Hunger Games. I love The Giver. I loved Brandon Sanderson's Steelheart. I still need to read the rest of his Steelheart books. And yeah, so I've long been really into and really loved dystopia. I have much more experience with video games with heavy steampunk style themes. Ah, that's good. So you have at least been exposed to the genre there. Yeah, and I used to be a gamer, but it was through that I did get exposed a lot to a lot of more of the kind of heavy science fiction and space opera, as well as also post-apocalyptic dystopia. So yeah, it is pretty cool, steampunk. Don't forget everybody to hydrate. Hydrate. especially for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere where it's summer right now. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, those are my thoughts. I have a Sprite. Does that count? What kind of Sprite? Oh, you mean for your drink? Sorry. I don't know why I had to think about the fairy Sprite, anyways, yeah, it's fine to drink pop, especially even better if it has ice in it. Yeah, laugh out loud. Tropical fruit flavor Sprite. Ooh, that's extra nice. I often like to have Sprite that is lemon lime flavor. And I also like cherry Sprite or am I thinking of 7 Up cherry? Yeah, they do have a cherry Sprite too. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Um yeah. So do you have any particular writing goals? For me in my case, like right now I don't have any kind of particular schedule. I've just been writing just a little bit every day. But later on though, in this summer, I'm going to take a week off from work, and during my vacation, I'm going to spend every day writing like full time just to help me out with progressing on my draft. I love Cherry Sprite, but it's hard to find it in stock. Yeah, I do see it less often. And I also live in like kind of a remote area too, where it's like kind of harder to get stocked on a lot of stuff. I like to finish my second draft by the end of the year. Very, very good goal. Yeah, I hope to finish my third draft by the end of the year too. And then in next year in 2027, my goal then is to work on drafting 2 new projects. So I also have this other dystopia that's kind of more of like post-apocalyptic kind of survival dystopia. And then I also have this like fantasy, this clean romantasy that I'm working on too, of which I definitely want to get going. So I hope next year to be able to work on those projects. That'll be nice. I am a professional procrastinator, so I've been working on this book since I believe March-ish of 2021. I'm still only just now on chapter 13 of second draft. Yeah, not bad though, Sometimes it is that way though. I mean, my current project I'm working on right now, my young adult dystopia, I got the idea for it way clear back in 2006. So here we are now, literally 20 years later, and um, it wasn't until uh, 2023 that I finally drafted it. And so, yeah, that's what happens, and so it's easy to procrastinate until you get older and you realize, wait a minute, I need to do things so I can fulfill my dreams and my goals before I die. Yeah. Not that I'm near death, you know. So, but that is just how it is as you get older and you realize that you need to do things. Yeah, not yeah. Yep. So, yeah. So I think the best thing that we writers can do is to one, just keep on reading, and also well, keep on writing. But one of the things I find to be most important to do is to learn from reading, reading in your genre, and also like reading about the writing craft too. And yeah, when it comes down to studying craft, like I think the best kind of source is to like read like what authors like themselves have written. Because I'm like not really quite so trusting of those like writing craft books where it's like someone who's like never written a novel is telling us how to write novels. Like that's why it is that I would Yeah. One writing craft book that, like, I've not checked out is the, Story Genius. I never wanted to check that one out because of how, like, she's, like, not a novelist, far as I know. But there are lots of good writing craft books, and so I definitely, encourage that. Um, bas and even if you don't read writing craft books, it's just the best thing to do is to learn from other authors. I've gone to many websites for many authors who I like, and I've read their writing advice, and it's helped me out a lot. One of my favorite authors is Shannon Hale, and her website used to have a lot of pages of writing advice, though she doesn't have it anymore for some reason. It's a disappointment to me. Like, why, Shannon? I recommend Soul Screamers if you want an urban fantasy more reality-based but uses Irish and Scottish folklore. Ooh, cool. Thank you for the recommend. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I love, Celtic mythology. Let's see. Who's the author? Soul Screamers by Rachel Vincent. Cool. Yeah, I'll be sure to put that in on my growing TBR. But yeah, oftentimes my TBR is just a way to mark things or track things, that is, put my eyes on something. Doesn't necessarily mean that I'll be reading it, but I do like to, um, yeah, see what's out there. Check out whatever stuff I can. Excuse me there. Alrighty, so, I'm going to soon get another sprint up, and first I want to take a look and see what kind of timer I want to do. Oh, where are my manners? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been seeing the writing category grow more and more. Hey, pleasure to meet you too. Thank you so much for stopping on by. I always love to hear about other people are writing, and yeah, I need to try to um, reach out to more writers too. Yeah, I always like to connect with people. We can give each other tips and yeah, just have fun talking about writing, supporting each other. Love. Yeah, yeah, oftentimes on my phone, love becomes live, and it's really, really annoying. I want to blame the keypad, not my own fingers. If it wasn't for this category, I probably wouldn't have made it so far. Yeah, having a lot of support really does make a big difference. With some of the writing that I did early on, about 15 years ago, it really helped a lot when I connected with a lot of other writers online, and we could support each other. I've considered it to be an essential to have partners of some sort, to support and encourage. I've learned so much. Yeah, and I sure have too. And I love listening to other advice, though. It's also at the same time been a little difficult for me to listen to some writing advice, because I tend to disagree with like a lot of it. Yes, it can be. There was a time like back, like in the past couple of years, when I was listening to like a lot of writing advice, both from like author tubers, published authors, both traditional and indie, and also literary agents and editors giving a lot of good advice. At one point, though, earlier this year, though, I actually didn't really want to listen to any writing advice for a while mainly because it reached a point where I was just disagreeing too much. And I might say maybe that's a good sign that I'm just starting to learn my own way. Uh, and so, yeah, lately, though, like I've not been having like any sort of issues. I mean, I guess part of the way I see it is that I still need to practice on writing anyways to learn and know where to go. We writing is a lot of trial and error. So yeah. And what I have come to find is that it is good to listen to others just to kind of learn what's out there and your choices, and you can always choose later to just disagree, break the rules, so to say. So yeah. I actually do admit that I want to read On Writing by Stephen King, but I have kind of been dreading it a bit though because of how because he is a pantster and he is biased in that he thinks it's like the superior way, which I don't think so. It's like, see, when I'm writing, I am like very much a mix of both the plotter, outliner, and also the pantster. So I do both. I brainstorm my stories, I do world building, character development, I write outlines, but then I also come up with a lot of stuff just along the way, just while I'm writing myself. So I do both. I do a mix. So I do get a bit annoyed by writers who have their own, biases there. But I think it's still worth listening to, hearing, just to give an idea of like what to try out, because oftentimes writing involves a lot of practice. And when it comes down to the whole kind of planning, kind of pantsing thing, like, I think it's a good thing for writers just experiment doing both to figure out what works for you. Now, anyways, yeah, that's my ramble. It's my thoughts, just with what I've been like kind of coming across here and there. Yeah. Anyway, so it's now almost 8 o'clock Pacific time, and I still have some videos to film, and I feel so guilty too. So, yeah, I'm going to work on that, and um, yeah, going to get a sprint up. And so, do people have any preference here for doing either hour-long sprint or hour-and-a-half long sprint? And also feel free to tell chat what you'll be working on during the sprint. What will be your goals? If you're writing something, do you have any word count goals? Or if you're reading, do you have any page count goals? Just, yeah, feel free to tell us in chat whatever it is you'll be doing, or even if it's not reading or writing, just kind of whatever project task and all. Yeah. And so I'm going to look and see what timer I would like to use next. Yeah, I prefer the non-music one, so then I don't need to risk copyright. Sorry, just a moment here. Alright, sorry, just a moment as I was replying to a comment there. Sorry, just a moment here. Moment. Working on world building my magic system. Awesome. Ah, yeah, I have so much world building to do, too. But I love it, though. And I wrote so many pages for all the dystopias that I'm working on. Alright, so timer has some new stuff. So I think I'll probably do one of the timers that they have set up. Because lately my new favorite channel has been making timers is Timer, who Makes some really nice non-music timers, um, with like really, really beautiful designs, and it is nice to see something that's not AI generated. So yeah, gonna see. Actually, with the subject, I could get like their steampunk themed one up because they do have a steampunk timer. I've got to scroll down here and see that. That would be fun to use too for the spirit of things. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of another channel. Oh, it's only a 15-minute long timer. No. Their steampunk themed timer is not long enough. uh, okay, well, at least they do have lots of other lovely timers. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Oh, I like the pine cone one. And let's see. I'd like to get one that's a bit more. Ooh, I love their Great Wall of China one. I think I'll get that one up. Using my imagination is the easy part, getting the manuscript printed, and the hard part, the several editing pages of the next 7 drafts. It's like, God mode difficulty. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, but got my phone. Yeah, faces. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. But that is really, really good, though, that you are thinking ahead of like 7 drafts. Because one of my biggest pet peeves is when there are authors who um, don't want to go through that many drafts. I see so many people where they're like, "Oh, I write only 3 drafts." I mean, yes, there are people where their writing is good enough that, yeah, they can get something good written in just 3 drafts, but, um, most of the time, though, that 3 drafts is not enough. I even once made a short, like, on that topic back a year or so ago about where I was using, like, that, scene from The Wolf of Wall Street and about how, like, when authors, like, don't really do enough drafts. I mean, whenever I've read a bad book, most of the time it's because they didn't really go through enough drafts. Because there have been lately I've come across like some badly written books where I thought to myself, if they had gone through like at least 2 more drafts, like this book could have been good. And so, yes, that is a good thing you're thinking about that. I know that after I do my draft 3, I'm going to definitely need to do draft 4, and who knows how many drafts after that. And I mean, just to name an example here, one of my favorite authors is Gail Carson Levine, and she has the very best writing advice book ever. It's called Writing Magic. So I would say if there's just one writing advice book to read, that would be Writing Magic by Gail Carson Levine. I would say that one's a must read. In each chapter, she has like a writing exercise, and so I would say read that book, do all of the exercises, and it will teach you like just kind of pretty much everything you need to know about being an author. And she said in that book that oftentimes she will go through 50 drafts. 50. And those aren't necessarily like entire drafts of like the entire thing. Like, many of them will just be like a partial kind of redraft. But still, though, that's 50. Yeah. Oh my word, yep. Not like this, yeah. I know what you mean, and yeah, and I will say, like, that does not mean that, um, every author should go through 50 drafts, I'm not saying that at all. It's really just a bit more about how it's like, I mean, if I think that's my thought to authors who are like, "Oh, I only need to do 3 drafts." My thought is like, "You know nothing." It's I know that's a bit blunt, but I'm thinking, "Yeah, you know nothing." And that's what's allowed her to be so successful, yeah. She's not perfect, though, she has, like, written some of my favorite books, although earlier this year that I read a book of hers that's actually not good, that was a disappointment, that was yeah, 'cause with Gail Carson Levine, most of her books are good, but her book Ever is a skip. Skip Ever. Well, you know what they say, we are our own worst critic. A book of perfection to a reader could be a book of disaster to its author. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It reminds me of a meme that I once saw where it said, like, it showed a cross stitch, and so it showed, the front side of the cross stitch, it says pretty embroidery. It says, like, "This is what my reader sees," and then it showed, like, the other side of the embroidery where it's just all a bunch of knots of string, and it's like, "And this is how the author sees it," you know? The author's like, "Yeah, disaster," but to readers, like, "Wow." To us, nothing is perfect, we can only publish when we think it is at its possible best. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I believe that there's no, perfect book, and I think that, like, the best thing to do is to have the goal that your writing is going to be good, and, the way that I see it is, make the good book that your, reader deserves, um, because, one of the things that frustrates me is, like, when I read some really bad writing, and it's I, it's as if the author, um, didn't care about making something good for the reader, because I've seen too many authors where it's like all they want to do is be published. It's like, I just want to have publishing be a feat in my life, and they don't care if what they're publishing is good, and there are authors out there who know that they're publishing bad writing, and, um, they don't care, and the way that I put it is that I think your reader deserves a good book, and not only that, but you deserve to be a good author, like, because the way that I see it is that it's like, dude, like, what's the point of publishing if it's something where it can be generally kind of universally agreed to be bad? I mean, because, yeah, there is subjectivity in that, I have seen before how there can be a book that people say is bad that I actually think is good, and there's also books that some people think is good that, I think is bad, and so, like, we don't always all agree, but for the most part, though, from what I've seen, though, like, most kind of general kind of population, just kind of majority, we can usually kind of agree upon, what's good. I mean, like, for example, Toy Story. As far as I'm concerned, if you have a brain, you recognize it's one of the best movies ever made, yeah? So that's something we can all universally agree upon. Um, and so, but even with that subjectivity, though, it's like, for the most part, most kind of sane, common sense person can say, like, what's good writing, what's bad writing. And so, the way that I see it is that I say, like, writers, you're probably most likely going to be happier if you just really try to strive to be your best. And, part of it too is that, like, while there are people who say, like, it's don't be a perfectionist, and I understand where they're coming from, though. But one thing, though, that I think we do need to be careful of though, is to not have the thought of, like, well, I'm just going to let my writing be mediocre because I'm not going to, like, stress myself out over being a perfectionist. I'm like, it's like, the Like, it's just all about having the attitude of being your best, doing your best, and what I encourage is like don't give up. Like, if you go through 5 drafts and the story is still not working, like don't give up and just say, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and publish my bad writing. Like, just keep on going. Just don't give up. Become a good writer because the reader deserves good writing. I mean, whenever I read a badly written book, I'm angry at the author for wasting my time and my money. So, you can't please everyone. Don't expect to please everyone, but the best thing you can do is at least try your best so that then at least most people can agree that you tried your best. So, yeah. Sorry, I've been rambling too much. Sorry about that. Yeah. But thank you so very much, though, for sharing that, Captain Kraken. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think I get a bit kind of too philosophical. Of course. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for sharing what you're working on, and I hope you're able to make some progress during this next sprint. I got a really beautiful timer up. Just a moment. Okay, I'm going to get this up. So this is a nice timer. It has the Great Wall of China. Cool. What does it have here? Ooh. So I'm just looking at the details of this image. It's pretty cool. Alrighty, so the next sprint will be for 1 hour, and I'm going to try to work on my filming goals. And so I'm gonna get the sprinting stuff up here, and filming. Well, actually, I think I'll put my writing project up. My writing project. What is your favorite book? Oh, I have so many favorites. So, yeah, so as I mentioned, Uglies by Scott Westerfeld is one of my newest and biggest favorites. And I also really love, like, many fantasies, like Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson is a big favorite of mine. And I love some other, like a young adult dystopia, like, The Giver is one of my top favorites. And I love, Gail Carson Levine. Her book, The Two Princesses of Bamar is like really underrated. She's most well known for Ella Enchanted. Yeah, but The Two Princesses of Bamar is a really incredible book. Ooh, my favorite book is definitely tied between the first Dune or the first Renegades book by Marissa Meyer. Oh, cool. Yeah, I own her book, Cinder, and I hope to read it soon. Yeah, it's definitely a very cool concept that I also want to try to read up more on cyberpunk as well. Um, yeah, it's like the Ugly series, like is also considered cyberpunk as well, especially with the fourth book. The Extras is the fourth book in the series, and it's like especially really deep in like a cyberpunk technology. Uh, I hope my mom watching TV does not disturb my filming. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to get this print up, and also, if you haven't already, please subscribe and follow if you're on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, please like the stream. Help get it going. I appreciate so much all of you being here. Yeah, it's really nice having this chance to just focus on work. It just really brings down my blood pressure and just calms me. And so, yeah, and I hope the stream is benefiting all of you here with whatever it is you're working on. And so, yeah, with that, I'm going to get this beautiful timer up. Yeah, really amazing. Cool. Alrighty, so I'm going to get this up now. Mm, I think I'll put my writing project here. Alrighty, so we will sprint for 1 hour. That will be until 9:11 p.m. Pacific time. And then, yeah, we will regroup and report on how we did. So with that, take luck, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. How did you all do during that sprint? Feel free to share with us any milestones you reached, or just any whatever goals you made, or just anything you're able to do that you enjoyed. So for me, I admit that I did no reading or writing during that sprint. I was just filming, but I did get to film 2 videos that I wanted to make, and I still need to film the 3rd video, so I'll be sure to have that filmed soon. So I hope that won't take me long. I still haven't even eaten dinner yet, and it's after 9 p.m. So yeah, not the healthiest, but I just want to take advantage of filming so that I can just spend my days editing. So I like to edit while I'm writing in my journal. And it's a lesson learned. I need to remind myself it's not worth spending an hour creating a short. Whenever you make a short, whether it's for TikTok or YouTube, don't spend much time on it. So I was so proud of that short that I made earlier. It took me like an hour to make, and right now on YouTube, no one's watched it. I wonder about Twitch, though.
Put a finger down. In the eye.
Well, it's gotten some views. So yeah, going forward, my time filming shorts should be kept very short. Alright, so anyways, that's what I've achieved. Filmed 2 videos. Still need to film 1 more. Then I'll have dinner. Alright, I think I'll probably play some music a bit before I do our last sprint. Alrighty, time for our last sprint, and I'll probably have it be 45 minutes long, so yeah, we'll just go up to the top of the hour, 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific time zone. So, actually, I could just do that 30-minute timer. It's pretty nice. Looks pretty. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll have my last sprint be 30 minutes. The pretty 30-minute timer created by Timers Timer. So yeah, thank you so very much, everybody who's come on by. Thank you so much, everybody who's subscribed and followed. And if you're on YouTube, please click that like button. It really helps support me. I appreciate it. Always glad for us to come together and support each other. And so glad to be streaming tonight. I mean, yeah, I like the relaxing mood that the stream brings me. It really did help relieve a lot of the stress I've been going through lately. And I hope that's been good for you too. I hope that this stream has been a good chance to just relax and focus and just treat yourself well. And I hope we all remember that too, to remember to take good care of yourself and also your loved ones. Remember to be kind to yourself and kind to others, to love yourself and love others. Remember to always have hope, because no matter how bad things are, there's always hope that at times things will be better. And you can find happiness by setting good, worthy goals and still work towards them. You don't need to stress yourself, but just achieving something, accomplishing something, something that's good and worthy. It can just bring so much satisfaction to your mind. So yeah. So with that, I'm going to get this timer up. Cool, nice, pretty nice timer. Awesome. All right, time to set the banner. Sprint. And now to bring the timer up. All right, I hope all goes well for you all. Thank you again for joining. Feel free to tell chat what you plan on doing during the last sprint. I'm going to make it all count. Make it count. Finish strong. All right, so with that, everybody, you all have my blessing. Let's go. Take luck. All right, that was our last sprint. And good news is that I finished filming video 3. Hey, in fact, I've been talking too much. My voice is sounding raspy. So, yeah, what were you all able to do during the last sprint? Were you able to finish up whatever it was you were doing? For sure. Yeah, so, yeah, no writing or reading done, just video filming and looking over some of the newest releases on Barnes& and Noble that I'm pretty excited for. Yeah, looking over here at chat, I see how an American cheeseburger came on by. That sounds pretty funny. I am a simple man. I see a liar in the pin. I click. Well, thank you so very much for coming on by. I'm glad that you liked hearing that. I love playing my small harp here. This is a 15-string lap harp made by the brand ATOC, I think is how you say it. Yep, just a bunch of random glissandos. Thank you for coming on by. So yeah, this is the end of the stream now. I better go eat my dinner before it gets to 10 p.m. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was not hungry at all, which is why I'm totally fine with putting that off. So yeah, I will be streaming again later. I've also decided too that I'm going to stream regularly on Monday too, because I noticed how I do feel pretty sad actually when I go so long without streaming. Probably because of how when I stream, that's when it is. I just feel the most chilled and most relaxed, and it just really brings down tension. So, I mean, I'm always worried about my time constraints, but I think I can do this. So I'll be streaming again on Friday, and so going forward, I'll be streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Might even possibly put in Saturday and sometimes, but I don't know for sure. Well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah. But yeah, that'll be my regular schedule, just a way to fulfill all of my needs and all of your needs too. Because I'm really glad I'm glad the stream is here to provide a nice, good, chilled, relaxing environment, friendly environment for being productive and for readers and writers coming together. It's all good stuff. So with that, I appreciate again all of you being here, and I hope to see you in my next stream. And so I hope that you all remember that you all matter, you are valuable, and remember too that fairy tales can come true if you're young at heart. And so, yeah, I wish for the best for all of you. I wish you all to take luck. And so, with that, I will see you all next time. Bye bye, good night, or good day, wherever you are. Or as Truman says, in case I don't see you again, good night. I actually forget what he says, but you know what I mean. Goodbye, everybody.